The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lindstedt, House District 33.
Members, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Representative Catlin. Catlin's excused. Doherty. Rep. Doherty. Doherty's excused. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Rep. Degree Kennedy.
Excused.
Dixon. Duran. English. Representative English.
Excused.
Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Rep. Frizzell. Froelich. Rep. Froelich.
Excused.
Garcia. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Holtorf. Judah. Joseph. Kipp. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Representative Mabry.
Excused.
Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Ortiz is on the wall.
Here.
Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Sharbini. Sirota. Rep. Sirota.
Excused.
Okay. Snyder. Soper. Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Rep. Valdez. Oh. Velasco. Representative Velasco.
Excused.
Vigil. Weinberg. Rep. Weinberg.
Excused.
Weissman. Wilford.
Present.
Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. Representative Young.
Excused.
And Madam Speaker.
Here.
Getting used to it.
Members, with
Way too much
54
work.
present, 11 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday morning. I just want to remind everyone to take a deep breath when they need it and to drink plenty of water. We're almost there. With that, I move that the Journal of Friday, May 5th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Well done. The motion before us is the adoption. The motion before us, sorry folks, is the adoption of the Journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. That was good. All those opposed, no. That was worse. The motion is adopted. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have guests that the Arapahoe County delegation would like to welcome, our Sudanese community. If you could please stand. We want to welcome you to the chamber. Just salamu alaikum, ahla sahla fikum. Can we give them a round of applause?
Members, I have an important announcement this morning. Our majority leader and I want to address something that has deeply troubled both of us. This chamber and the Capitol must be a place where all members feel safe, feel they can come to work and serve the people of our state. We have to foster that safe environment and treat each other with respect, dignity. First and foremost, be here to protect and take care of one another. Earlier this week, the House presented Senate Joint Resolution 008. 6 members were excused from the floor for a variety of reasons, but assumptions have been made that unfairly and inaccurately represent what happened that day. To be clear, members did not walk out during the consideration of that resolution. Our colleagues have now shared with me that they were not afforded the respect of being asked about where they were or why. Black and Latina women in this legislature are subjected to increased scrutiny, and now these women are receiving targeted, violent, racist emails, voicemails, with specific threats of violence. Our colleagues fear for their safety simply by coming to work in this building. It's beyond unacceptable and it must end. Words matter, whether they are said in the well, on social media, on the radio, in our newsletters. Members of our public respond to how we speak and what we say. My ask of you today is to help stop the spread of these false assumptions that have led to horrible accusations. As we conclude this session, I ask you all to do your part to keep our colleagues safe, reject these dangerous, racist, violent threats being made against these members of our chamber. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I come to this well to express my concern about the lack of safety some of our colleagues are experiencing based on the reaction to events in this chamber. These 6 members, predominantly women of color, are now facing death threats because they were accused of doing something that they did not do and were not given the benefit of the doubt or the courtesy of being asked where they are. As many of my female colleagues will tell you, we often face unfair scrutiny, and we must defend our actions even before anyone tries to determine the truth. The words we say in this chamber do matter. The words we say online can snowball into hate-filled rhetoric that's almost never as dangerous for the messenger as it is for me or our colleagues of color. I was in an abusive relationship. I was scared for my life. I know what it feels like to not feel safe. As leadership, we offer you the benefit of the doubt because we want every single member in this chamber to succeed. Everyone has my respect, and I ask you to afford my colleagues the same. I ask you to think twice, 3 times, of the consequences of the rhetoric that put our members in danger and puts their children in danger. The safety of our members cannot be put at risk. This is a bridge too far. I would ask that this never happen again. I would also ask for your help. We must all do our part to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation and that feeds the violence and targets women of color who serve in this chamber. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 4.
Senate Joint Resolution 4 by Senators Bridges and Van Winkle, also Representatives Kipp and Bockenfeld, concerning uniformity among municipalities that locally collect sales and use tax on construction materials, including issuance of building permits.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, members. This is actually kind of a strange resolution. What's happened is...
Representative Kipp, I might ask you to move,
Oh.
and we'll have it read first.
Oh, my sincere apologies. I move SJR 23004.
Mr. Shebel, would you read our resolution, please?
Whereas the Colorado Constitution empowers home rule municipalities and local governments to act and legislate on local matters, including the levy of local sales and use taxes. And whereas the local sales and use tax collection system used by Colorado municipalities on construction materials can be cumbersome and difficult for multi-jurisdictional contractors and subcontractors. And whereas some municipalities level a sales tax on building materials while other municipalities level a use tax on building materials. And whereas some municipalities integrate their sales and use tax into the issuance of a building permit based on the estimated cost of the construction materials, while other municipalities require suppliers or vendors to remit sales tax and consumers to remit use tax paid by the owner of the construction materials. And whereas some building permits include the collection of sales and use tax for counties and cities, while other building permits include only the collection of sales and use tax for a particular taxing jurisdiction. And whereas the divergent methods of local collection of sales and use tax on construction materials creates confusion for taxpayers and increases the need for reconciliations. And whereas the state, local governments, the Colorado Municipal League, suppliers, vendors, contractors, and subcontractors agree that creating uniformity in the collection of sales and use tax for construction materials among municipalities would improve Colorado's business environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the General Assembly urges municipalities and counties that locally collect their sales and use tax to work together through the Colorado Municipal League to create a uniform administration of sales and use tax on construction materials. Further urges municipalities to coordinate efforts to standardize information on building permits so that it is easy to determine the jurisdiction, the permit number, the job address, and proof of sale or use tax payment. Further urges municipalities to speed up the process for issuing documentation showing proof of prepayment of sales or use tax payments, and requests that the Colorado Municipal League updates the Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force on its efforts coordinating among municipalities to create a uniform system of collecting sales and use tax and issuing building permits by August 2023.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, folks. As I was saying, this is kind of a strange resolution, and I appreciate you all standing, but as you can see, there was really no need for you to stand. Really, this resolution came out of the Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force, on which Representative Bockenfeld and I are the legislative members. There are 2 legislative members from the House and 2 from the Senate, and then a variety of people who are more experts or representatives of business and of county government and municipal governments, et cetera. So really what we want to recognize is that it's we didn't want to do a bill, so we did a resolution, and frankly, it's been parked over in that other chamber in the Senate Finance Committee of all things, very strange again, for pretty much the entire session. But all we're doing is saying, how many of you have remodeled a home or done any kind of remodeling project, and then you have to go to your local building department and you have to get approval, and when you get that approval you have to pay money, and a lot of that money is either sales or use tax that you're paying in advance, and sometimes you have to pay, file receipts in order to get remitted, and if you're a business it's a real pain in the you-know-what, and so frankly we just want our cities to work together to have a better way of doing this, and they were willing to do it, but we just did a resolution to say we want you to do it. So that's it.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to point out that I came onto this task force very, very late in the game, and I need to commend my colleague, Representative Kipp, for doing all the heavy lifting on this task force and on this resolution and the bills that have been put forward. So,
Good resolution, vote yes.
Good resolution, vote yes. She tells me what to do.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 4. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representatives Garcia, Holtorf, Weinberg. I think we'll go 15 for this one. Representative Weinberg is excused. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 4 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 4 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, a quick order of business. Mr. Schiebel. Up. Representative Weinberg, $15. You are welcome. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 25, 145, 212, 267 as amended, 286, 298, and 306 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 109 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 296 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 9:27 a.m. Senate Bill 145, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 306, Senate Bill 271, Senate Bill 282, Senate Bill 164, Senate Bill 61, Senate Bill 252, Senate Bill 64, Senate Bill 286, Senate Bill 108, Senate Bill 267, Senate Bill 298, Senate Bill 25, Senate Bill 304, Senate Bill 176, and Senate Bill 251.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 9:27 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House
Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The court rule is, well, relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 145.
Senate Bill 145 by Senators Danielson and Cutter, also Representative Story and Titone, concerning the creation of a special license plate to commemorate the Stegosaurus as the Colorado state fossil and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 23-145 and ask, anyway,
No
that's
committee
what we
reports.
asked. There's no committee report.
To the bill. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 145 is a very, very special license plate bill. It is focused on the Stegosaurus, which is Colorado's state fossil. In case you didn't know we had one, we do. The largest Stegosaurus fossils were found in Jefferson County up on the hogback, and they're the largest in the world that have ever been found. It's pretty cool to have that just right here in Colorado, and it is in my district as well. There's a dinosaur museum there in Morrison that provides tours and is very accessible to folks to learn more about our very ancient history. And this bill creates a license plate that we think is really cool, and I believe there is an image yet to be shown for us. And this license plate will not only provide visibility of the Stegosaurus and the fossils that we have here in Colorado in our history, but also as a revenue generator for the Dinosaur Museum in Morrison. And we urge your support.
Members, if we could bring down our conversations a little bit and take a look at the screen, we finally have a show and tell bill. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of you know that I don't usually support license plate bills, but this is an exception because this is an exceptional license plate. As you can see on the screen, this is a beautiful license plate, and it commemorates a big resource that draws people here to Colorado. We have several places in Colorado that have fossil resources, including in Jefferson County in northwest Colorado, down in Florissant. Many places here with these fossil bones. Stegosaurus is, in fact, the state fossil. And, I am not a paleontologist, but, my niece and nephew love dinosaurs, and they would be so upset if I didn't get on this bill and vote for this one, because it's a really wonderful license plate. A lot of people have been talking about it. It's been on the news several times. Social media is blowing up on this thing. It's really popular. And it'll help get more people to see, when they see that license plate, that they'll come visit our parks that we have these and protect those fossil resources, because it's an important part of our Earth's history that we need to preserve. And I ask for a yes vote for dinosaurs. Oh, wait, one more thing. One more thing.
Sure.
Okay.
Representative Tatone.
Sorry. One other thing I wanted to tell you about the Stegosaurus. So, as you on the screen, you can see the Stegosaurus has these spiky things on the tail, and the spiky things on the tail got the name from a Far Side comic. They're called the Thagomizers. And in the comic, the caveman is pointing to it and says, these are named after Thag Simmons, who died from being impaled by the spikes. It's a really interesting fact about the Stegosaurus, and it's stuck. So, ask for yes vote.
Okay, I think there's further discussion. Members, I will swing this gavel to the beat of a Stegosaurus stomp if we cannot bring our conversations down. Thank you, family. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is such an honor to serve with you.
Members, we rise in support of this. However, we do have to say that certainly within the Western Slope, we found some really, really big dinosaurs. As a matter of fact, the Supersaurus was found in Dry Mesa Quarry, which is just outside Delta, between Delta and Mesa counties. And if you go to Washington, D.C. to the Smithsonian, it's actually on display when you first walk in. And then I know some of the largest Stegosauruses have been found up in Dinosaur. And then every year, if you come on out to Mesa County, you can actually participate in a dig at Rabbit Valley. And it's a lot of fun, although it's usually a lot of hot weather and you get pretty dirty. But
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we just came up here to say we think we have the biggest dinosaur bones. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Love our chats. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within my district, we have a number of entities that celebrate dinosaurs, including the Dinosaur Experience. And so I'm just wondering if the bill sponsors might have any appetite for requiring when someone is issued a Stegosaurus license plate, they have to also be given a map of all of the different places in Colorado that honor or celebrate or otherwise speak into dinosaurs so that they can traverse the state and visit every place that has dinosaur bones or otherwise highlights the realities of dinosaurs. And I just found out that my favorite dinosaur, which is a brontosaurus, is no longer it no longer exists. I didn't know that. And so obviously I need to go on a tour of all of these museums and places. And so I'm just wondering if there might be an appetite for requiring a handout map of all the places for dinosaur experiences. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf. Hold on 1 second.
It's all right, ma'am. I'll just talk a little louder.
Great. Representative Holtorf.
I sit by the good representative from Penrose, and I tried to talk her out of that request because I told her you can't ask for that because then we'd have to turn a revised fiscal note request in, and that would be very problematic. We'd have to lay the bill over, do a new fiscal analysis, and then that would delay, and we can't do that in the waning days. Now, what I do want to do is let everybody know, and where's my good colleague? Well, he was looking so good today. There he is, back in the back. That jacket is, you got it rocking. Anyway, my good colleague and I were talking about our favorite dinosaur, Triceratops. Think about Triceratops, the majestic. And I know it's not this, but it doesn't matter. Triceratops is the coolest dinosaur that ever walked, and Representative Woodrow and I are in complete 100% agreement. And what I'd ask for the chamber to do, because I'm really curious, no, we're not going to run an amendment and try to change it. Oh, that's a good idea. I want everybody, Madam Chair, to come up and tell us what your favorite dinosaur is.
I am going to see if there's any further discussion, as the title of this bill is about the Stegosaurus. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a matter of actual science regarding the Stegosaurus, which scientifically went extinct by the current narrative 80 million years ago, I just ran through the math. I think it's always fascinating when we're talking about dinosaurs that under the average erosion rate of 2.5 inches per 1,000 years, that comes out to 3.15 miles worth of sediment that would have been stacked on top of that skeleton. So we're just getting to the very bottom of the 3.15 miles of sediment that were piled on top of that Stegosaurus, and I'm pretty sure they're not actually armor plates when you look at them, just like the Triceratops, the stuff I've read about them, that they're actually very porous, and the analogy would have been like to a Tyrannosaurus, they would have been more like chips than armor, so probably more of a thermal regulating thing back in the day when the carbon dioxide was 7,000 to 8,000 parts per million.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us, Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 145. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Oh, the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, again, okay, ready? Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives Parenti and McCormick, concerning the creation of a Seabees license plate to honor the Seabees tradition and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
We do. They're going to display it here in a minute.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, the Navy construction battalions, known as Seabees, let you figure that one out, Seabees, provide a wide range of construction in support of operating forces, including roads, bridges, bunkers, airfields, bases, to both the Navy and the Marine Corps. They were founded in the wake of the attacks on Pearl Harbor, and they have been providing this sort of logistics and construction support to both the Navy and the Marines for about 75 years. We have a number of Seabee veterans in the state who feel very passionately about the Seabees. They have a sort of independent and autonomous identity in the armed forces, and they have asked for that recognition through this specialized license plate that you should see projected on the screen shortly.
Representative.
And so on behalf of the veterans that advocated for this, we ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 23212.
Thank you.
And there you go. As my colleague said, the Seabees have provided essential engineering and construction services all over the globe. and their dedication and ingenuity resulted in critical differences in combat efforts from Normandy to Okinawa to Iraq and Afghanistan. And to qualify for this, which will be, the applicant would be exempt from paying the additional fees associated with this license plate. They just need to be either an active duty member, an honorably discharged veteran that was a CB retired member of the U.S. Navy CB battalion. So I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Holtor.
It's already all the way down. Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, I've had about 5 cups of coffee this morning. I'm feeling really, really energetic. But I did get a notification, an objection. The United States Army Corps of Engineers has reached out and files an objection because they don't have their license plate. Go Army, beat Navy.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 212. All those in... Representative Bottoms, you owe me one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do owe you one. Having served in the Navy, I was offended by that last statement.
Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, I will learn my best about the branches and how to support each other in our service. All those in favor of adopting Senate Bill 212, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 306.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Valdez and Lindsay, concerning state capital assets and in connection therewith, determining office space for the legislative department in the Capitol complex, specifying additional sources of funding and modifying the timing of the funding for certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 23306 builds off of Senate
Representative Lindsay, can you move the bill?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 306.
Thank you. To the bill, Representative Lindsay.
So 306 builds off of SB 22239 to accomplish the Capitol Complex Master Plan. This bill ensures the funding mechanism for the capital construction required to implement the Capitol Complex Master Plan at the Annex, which is on 14th and Sherman, 1570 Grant, and the Centennial Building can be completed by June of 2029. The Capitol Complex Master Plan includes moving legislators and staff back into the Capitol and the Annex. Additionally, it will allow the consolidation of state agencies into state-owned buildings, achieving the governor's vision for reducing the state's physical footprint while also reducing the state's obligation to private leases. The bill will allow for additional legislative space in the Annex through collaboration with the executive branch. So this is a bill, members, for anybody, perk your ears up, that will move all legislators eventually back into the building. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just add that these are some really great things that we've been seeking to do ever since I got here to the Capitol. We've been trying to find a way to move all the legislators into the building where the people can visit their legislators, where the access to the legislators is great. When we're talking about the Capitol Annex building, we're talking about an FDR-era building. It's a beautiful, beautiful Art Deco building. It will make a fine place for anybody to work, and we're excited for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if these new master plans are going to be falling under the purview of 213, just like in this commission that every other master plan and change in the state is doing, or is there going to be an allowance for independence in this by the state, or does it have to go under a broader umbrella of social equity to make sure that we're handling all of the permutations? It just seems like if we're going to be doing all of the master planning for the counties, that we should be pulling this up as well for things around the Capitol, as this is a pretty big move.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 306. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 306 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 271.
Senate Bill 271 by Senators Roberts and Van Winkle, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Snyder, concerning the regulation of compounds that are related to cannabinoids and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Things are moving fast today. Good luck.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can't tell you what an honor it is to serve with you, ma'am.
It is my honor to serve with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So with that, I move Senate Bill 271 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Snyder.
If you'll indulge me, I maybe should have waited to move that because I wanted to make some opening comments real quickly.
Sure.
Okay. So folks, I stood right here 13 months or so ago with then Representative, now Senator Kevin Van Winkle, and we brought a budget amendment because we came to realize that we have a horrible problem here in Colorado. So even though we got that budget amendment approved, ended up being a late bill, which turned into a study bill.
I'm sorry, Representative Snyder. Members, we need to bring the noise down. Thank you. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the long and short of it was a bill did go through last year that created a task force. And that task force met over 100 hours over the summer and came forward. And what basically they dealt with is the fact that we have a very unregulated problem in Colorado. We have hemp-derived, highly intoxicating products that are being sold in convenience stores and gas stations with no oversight, no testing, no restrictions whatsoever. And this bill addresses that problem that has gotten out of hand since the inclusion of hemp in the last farm bill that allowed levels of THC in hemp, now legalized in every state, was set way too high. And unfortunately, enterprising companies took advantage of this mistake and began manufacturing hemp-based products purposely designed to make one high. I've got 2 of these products in my desk right now, 1,500 milligrams of THC, 15, or actually of Delta 8, which is a synthetic cannabinoid that is extremely, extremely powerful and poses a great risk to the youth of Colorado. So to address this problem, we went through the task force process. This bill is a result of that task force, and with that, I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. What I want to add about the results of the task force was this was a very labor-intensive process. There were stakeholders from all across the cannabis, the hemp, and then the folks that are concerned about youth access to these things. They were all part of an intensive process last summer that came together around this bill. I think there is some acknowledgement that there are certain details that are not perfect yet because some of these things are kind of an uneasy compromise. But what everyone does agree about is the bill as written removes 95% or more of the most harmful products from the market on day one. And then for the remaining products, there is fairly broad rulemaking authority built into the bill for both CDPHE and the Marijuana Enforcement Division at the Department of Revenue that will allow them to be nimble and react to new products that may enter the market, to make sure that they are protecting our kids, and to make sure that the CBD products that really offer amazing medicinal effects for people continue to be available. That is why, like in so many policies, this is not a black versus white issue. This is not a question of all one way or the other. What this is striking the right balance where we can preserve access to these incredibly important medicines that help people without allowing kids to be able to purchase the incredibly intoxicating ones at gas stations without even showing ID. And with that, we ask for your support on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, at the time that we went through the Finance Committee 1,000 years ago, or 8 days, I don't actually know which, there were a number of amendments that were being discussed, but none of them were quite ready yet. So we did not move amendments in the Finance Committee report because we knew that there was some more work that needed to be done on them. There are several amendments we are about to offer. We have circulated packets with all these amendments to the folks who were on the Finance Committee, so everyone had a couple days to review all of these amendments in advance. And with that, I would like to move the first of these. I move Amendment L19 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, we're getting it displayed. Hold on a second. Okay, the amendment has been moved and is now properly displayed. To the amendment, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is the first of a few that primarily contain technical changes that the Department of Revenue and CDPHE worked on with stakeholders. I think the most significant things included in this amendment are a new definition of tincture, which is a primarily medicinal product that is not very commonly used for recreational purposes. It is much more in the medicinal category. It also tweaks the labeling requirements. CDPHE already has very broad authority on what kinds of labeling they can require on these products to make sure that consumers are protected, to make sure that there are appropriate warnings for pregnant women about the potential harms of products that may contain certain amounts of certain cannabinoids. And the Senate version of the bill did add some more prescriptive requirements around labeling into statute, which unfortunately were contradictory with what is in the current CDPHE rule. So this amendment restores that rulemaking authority to CDPHE to make sure that they can be the ones who are really making sure these labeling requirements are appropriate to protect kids. We ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L19? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L19. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L20 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, the amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another technical one, a continuation of the work that the departments were doing. It found a number of places in the bill where we were saying compound when we should have been saying cannabinoid. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L20. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L22 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this one is not technical. This one actually grapples with a more complicated issue that I want to take a moment to explain. So, first of all, you may know this, the Senate does not share our belief that the settled question rule is a pretty smart way to make policy, which means they create contradictory amendments at times. there were two amendments added in the Senate that were in direct conflict with each other. One of them established certain limits for when you have to check ID on selling a product that may contain small amounts of THC, provided that the CBD to THC ratio exceeded a certain limit. Another Senate amendment said any hemp product, which would include anything that meets the hemp product definition, requires an age verification. We believe that the first of these was much closer to the appropriate limit, and that the latter would have inadvertently, or maybe not inadvertently, prohibited the sale of a number of products that have no THC or very trace amounts of THC. So what this amendment does is it, first of all, resolves the conflict between those two amendments, but secondly, what it establishes is what we think is a delicately negotiated and appropriate limit for when an ID must be checked and when packaging limits should apply to the purchase of these products. What this says is selling a hemp product, now this is already defined elsewhere in the bill, a hemp product is anything with less than 1.75 milligrams of THC, but more than a 15-to-1 CBD to THC ratio. That's a hemp product. If you're selling a hemp product that has less than a 20-to-1 ratio, that would say if you're between 15-to-1 and 20-to-1, that's when you need to check ID. If you are above a 20-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC, you do not have to check an ID. There is a reason for this. There was a Johns Hopkins study that is approaching completion. The author of this study testified in the Senate committee and has provided a letter documenting the findings of this report that indicates, and I'm not going to get the science quite right on this, so I hope you forgive me in advance, but it indicates that these high ratios of CBD to THC significantly mitigate the intoxicating effect of the THC in your system. So it has something to do with stomach enzymes and how these things are processed, but the point is, if you're more than a 20-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC, even if a kid were to, say, eat 5 or 6 of these servings, that it would be unlikely to have an intoxicating effect on those kids. So anyway, that's the big picture here, is we're setting that limit that if you're a hemp product with between a 15-to-1 and 20-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC, that's when you need to check ID. If you're over the 20-to-1, you don't need to check ID. If you're under the 15-to-1, it's not even designated as a hemp product and has to be sold at a marijuana dispensary rather than at any other sort of retailer. This amendment also adds a number of appropriate exceptions into the bill, making clear that tinctures and cosmetics, which are very unlikely to be used in an intoxicating way, or products that are below a trace level of THC will not be prohibited for sale. And so we ask for your support.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this year is full of firsts for me, and this is certainly going to be one of those. But I would like to run a substitute amendment, and so I move L032 as a substitute amendment for L022 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L32 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment lowers the threshold of how much THC is in these products before they can be, it makes it harder for kids to access these products. So it lowers the threshold. It takes out the ratio because that seems overly complicated. And it also tightens up on this packaging. So if the product has so little THC that you don't have to be 21 to buy it, we still don't want kids to buy 5 or 6 packages of this low THC or 10 packages of it and then try to take all of that to get high. And I guess I've heard over and over and over again this session that we have to protect children. Last night I heard a bill that was all about protecting people from substances that are harmful. And I as most of you know, have a child who was really harmed by his early and persistent marijuana use. And he will never be the same, and our family will never be the same. But literally, right now, a 10-year-old can go to 7-Eleven and buy products that have cannabis in them and get them high. And they are doing that right now. And I heard over and over again, let's do everything we can to protect children. And I don't think that this bill goes far enough in doing that. And that is why I am running what I consider to be a pretty modest amendment. The Senate said no THC. This says, yes, you can have some THC, but it is a lower threshold. And I would really beg and ask for you all to vote yes on this. And I would also like to have a division.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L32? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the representative from Boulder for bringing this amendment. I think you're very well intentioned. I certainly understand what you're doing here, but bringing the 0.5, bringing the limit down to 0.5 containing there would effectively put most, if not all, of the hemp product companies out of business. By example, one of these companies that would be put out of business was founded in Colorado, still based in Colorado, employs 171 people, and just invested $40 million in a Colorado facility. Setting the limit to 0.5 would take away the therapeutic CBD products that have benefited thousands of children and families. Families that face their children with hundreds of seizures a day. Using these CBD products can reduce that to 1 seizure a day. Families with children with cancer, children with autism are named just a few of the benefited areas that greatly are benefited from high concentrated full spectrum CBD products. The 0.5, lowering the limit to 0.5 will take into account that there's also a ratio requirement within the recommended currently 1.75 limit. There are container caps on some of these products, the limit to 5 servings per. Basically, at 1.75, we eliminate 95% of the problem here in Colorado. The remaining 5% can be done by the aforementioned significant and expansive rulemaking that can be done by both CDPHE and MED. So I respectfully ask for a no vote on this substitute amendment.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise to ask for a no vote on this amendment. I truly appreciate my colleague from Boulder and where she's coming from, and I do not disagree on principles at all. I don't want my daughter, when she turns 10 or whatever age where she ends up going to a gas station by herself, to be able to buy an intoxicating product. I think that I have wrestled with this as I've been going through my learning. When the bill came over to this from the Senate, I didn't know a lot about these ratios and the science behind them, and so I have been diving in as deeply as I can to understand what this means, how it would be enforced, what the rulemaking looks like from the departments that are going to be enforcing this policy. And where I landed on this is that the ratios are based on sound science. Now, you know, as is common when we're talking about cannabis, Colorado is often kind of on the leading edge of the kinds of things we're working on. But this Johns Hopkins study that I mentioned in my introduction is compelling. They tested the intoxicating effect of having a combination of THC and CBD compared to a control group that was only taking CBD, and they found no increased cognitive impairment from the people that had a combination of THC with CBD versus those who had CBD alone. So I have found that compelling, and it's not that I would like to have no limit. That's why we think that the 1.75 milligram limit in our underlying amendment is the appropriate limit because of those ratios. I think the second thing I would flag is that while most of the products that these hemp manufacturers are selling are below the 0.5 limit, there is a retailer confusion component. If a retailer has to take all the products that contain any trace amount of THC and put it behind the shelf, or behind the counter so that they can do the age verification processes, there is a risk that that could chill retailers and chill their willingness to put these kinds of products on their shelves. That's a worry. And the last thing I would say about this is there are out-of-state hemp manufacturers that are not going to be bound by any sort of age gate that we put in place here. So if we apply this to Colorado-based companies, but an out-of-state hemp manufacturer can still sell online products without checking identification, then that is a competitive advantage for them that also continues to have these products on the market. So again, I really do respect and appreciate where my colleague from Boulder is coming from and what she's trying to do here, but I think that the limit does have too big of a risk at this time for getting some of these crucial products that really are providing vital medicinal effects for people off the market in Colorado. So I repeat my request for a no vote on this amendment.
I'm going to go to Representative Amabile and then to, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify, these products are still going to be available for sale. And if a kid needs one of these products, they can get it. They just need an adult to buy it for them. So a 10-year-old can't wander into 7-Eleven and buy intoxicating hemp. But if it has some beneficial use for that child, their parents can buy it for them. These products are still going to be for sale in these same stores, just like alcohol is for sale in the grocery store now. But we don't let a 10-year-old go in and buy a 6-pack of beer. We just don't do that. And that's all I'm asking for, is protecting children. I ask for a yes.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also be brief. Knowing people that have been destroyed by THC, I am averse to pass up an opportunity to protect the health, safety, and freedom of individuals by making sure we limit this. Because if we limit this, we can always come back and say, and we can always, because where's this going legislatively? This is going to go to, most likely go to increasing it. But one friend, their child ended up in a complete psychosis, and it was very damaging. Now, fortunately, it wasn't permanent, but it did sidetrack his life for several years. Another friend, his son was on his way to college as a Class A athlete, just killing it, and top-level student, and now he is reduced to a shell, a husk of his former self, and he was a phenomenal athlete, a phenomenal student. The chemicals that we're talking about are so incredibly potent. I think we need to be very, very careful. So I'm in favor of this amendment to dial this back. Is it going to limit some products being available? Possibly. But I think we need to really be concerned with an effort to make these more available. This is an incredibly potent chemical. And so we really need to, I think we really need to be thinking in terms of the children, the long-term effects that it has on them, and just mitigating that risk to them and also to society. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in strong support of this amendment, and I don't even know why it would be a question. I sat there and I listened to both sides, and I have to say to the representative from Boulder, thank you for talking about parental rights. That's what I've been here for the last 4 months talking about. I want my children protected from anything bad. That's why I ran for office with no experience. I ran as a mama bear to protect my 4 boys from anything that would harm them. If these products are still available for adults to buy for children, then we must absolutely protect the most innocent in the state of Colorado, our kids. I would urge an aye vote on this. to protect our children. Thank you, and thank you for bringing it.
Is there any further, Representative Brown, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is an important consumer protection. It's an important protection for our kids. You know, Colorado has been the gold standard in making sure that we have decriminalized and legalized recreational marijuana because of the protections that we have put in place for our kids. This amendment helps to close a loophole and further protect our kids from the intoxicating effects of hemp, from products that many of you have seen from my colleague from El Paso County that has been passing around that look exactly like things that my children would want to buy in a convenience store. This amendment helps to make sure that these products will not be available to my kids, but that people who need products for legitimate medicinal purposes with their parent being with their parent present will have access to them. So I rise in support, and I hope that you will help me and help my representative colleague from Boulder protect kids. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something is happening that has never happened in this chamber to date. This rural legislator is aligning himself very strongly with Boulder legislators. And that never, hardly ever happens. So, I'm going to ease into this like you back up a stock trailer to a loadout. I will tell you that this substitute amendment from Representative Amable is so good. And the reasons for her amendment are noble and just, and they protect children. Now, I'm not going to talk very long because I've been asked not to by my good colleagues from Boulder and my friend, my dear friend. The abuse of what I call hot hemp in the country is prevalent. The lower thresholds, I think, are good. It is known that the delta-8 crystalline from hemp distillation is real. In fact, I'm not a chemist, and I got a C in college chemistry. And my grandfather's name was on the building at CSU, and still is, which embarrassed me at the end of that semester. But that's a different story, madam. I know that you can cook this stuff down to a delta 10, and it's even hotter. The chemists can do amazing things that will blow your mind. Now, I know that this is not happening in retail, but I do know that the infusion of the hemp products are dangerous. And this part 917 through 20 really is important because we know kids will go in there. And for those of us that grew up in the 70s and 80s, we had this thing called near beer or 3-2 beer. You all remember that? Raise your hand if you remember the 3-2 beer. You're aging and dating yourselves. But what did you do when you were a kid? You just bought more of it. And you threw down more of it until you got whatever you were looking for. This is what can happen in this space. Now I'm going to stop right there, and the stars are aligning. I will buy a lottery ticket tonight if I get out of here in time.
A division has been called. The question is the adoption of L32. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated. All those in favor of L32, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay, I'm going to pause for a moment. The committee will go into recess. The committee will come back to order. I'll restate the motion. The question is the adoption of Amendment L32. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L32, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L32 is passed. We will go back to the bill. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members, for a robust discussion on that topic. As is common in these conversations, these are difficult balancing acts to find, and I look forward to continuing that conversation. With that, we do have more amendments, so I move Amendment L23 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, the amendment has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L23 grapples with the question of when hemp products and marijuana products may be produced in the same facility, attempting to give appropriate rulemaking authority to make sure they are keeping these two products separate. This is the first of two amendments that address the same issue, but this has been another one that has been negotiated between stakeholders on the policy to make sure we are creating an appropriate structure that doesn't overly impair the ability of the manufacturers to make their products while also keeping them separate. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
Yeah, just to add to that, think about a M&M facility. They don't have a separate peanut facility and a non-peanut facility, but they're able to make them in the same facility and make sure that there's no threat to people that peanut allergies would have cross-contamination. Same thing here.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L23. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The amendment passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L24 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a complement to Amendment L23. It is just helping clarify the separation of production. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L24, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. L24 passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only 5 more to go. I move Amendment L26 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a clarification of the safe harbor provision. One of the components of this bill has to do with hemp manufacturers based in Colorado and what they may or may not export to other states. This is simply a clarification of that provision, and we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L26? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L26 is passed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L27 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the first of 2 amendments dealing with seeds and clones. This is the one for the medical marijuana area. The second one will be for retail. What this essentially clarifies is that seeds and clones, which are, baby marijuana plants, are eligible for sale by dispensaries, and we ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L27, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Amendment 27 passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L28 and ask that it be displayed. Properly or otherwise.
Okay, it is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This does the exact same thing as the previous amendment, but in the retail market, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L28. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L28 passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L29 and ask that it be displayed.
L29 is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one puts some appropriate parameters into place around the future rulemaking, ensuring that they are based on science. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L29. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The amendment passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last but not least, we move Amendment L30 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just one more technical cleanup amendment that has come from collaboration between the Departments of Revenue and Public Health and Environment, and we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L30? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L30 is passed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the last of our amendments. Thank you all so much for bearing with us. While my co-prime sponsor and I are disappointed about the one amendment that we lost on here, we really are proud of this bill. We believe that this bill is going to take 95% of the most harmful products off the market and make sure that we're going to find the right balance between making sure CBD products are available for consumers, and protect our kids. So we encourage you to vote yes.
Representative Snyder.
Yeah, so folks, as we said, this is a long stakeholder process with all the groups came together, everybody gave a little, and came to a really good space. I want to compliment my co-prime sponsor for really digging into these issues and making this a better bill. I mean, Colorado, for better or worse, is a national leader and innovator in CBD and marijuana industries. We have to continue our leadership. Leadership is encouraging innovation. Leadership is protecting public health, and most importantly, leadership is protecting our kids. That's what this bill does. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a lot that I support in this bill, and I support the, the overall reining in of THC and concerning these products. I am concerned that there is a lot. What we're seeing with so many bills is that we're seeing so many changes. We're seeing so many changes at one time, and it's after it comes here. And then when we say that the process has been stakeholdered, and then we make changes that add up to about half the bill, and then those that don't directly change the bill change a lot of its intent. My fear is that the stakeholding process has effectively been negated. Now, that doesn't mean this is a bad bill. This doesn't mean that this is. My fear is primarily for process, and in the habit that what is becoming habituated is that we are changing this. So, in order to have the proper stakeholding process, I make a motion. I move that this go back to public health to be stakeholded on the actual bill, so that we can make sure that the community is actually behind it. So I move that this return to public health so that we can have actual stakeholding process in the new bill that's been presented.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to my colleague from El Paso County, this bill has been as heavily stakeholdered as any I've ever worked on. And if you know me and the work I do around here, you know that is a lot. The amendments that we brought today were developed in collaboration with all of the same stakeholders who are part of the task force this summer. Please vote no on this amendment, on this motion.
A motion. What did he say to this one? Okay. There's a motion before us to refer this bill to the Public Health Committee, the Behavioral and Public Health Committee. A division has been requested. The question is to refer this bill to the Behavior and Public Health Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of referring this bill to committee, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until a count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 271. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 282.
Senate Bill 282 by Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning the creation of Jury Appreciation Day.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 282.
Thank you. Please tell us about your bill.
We sure will. Members, this is actually a pretty simple bill, believe it or not. At the end here, this is to create a nominal holiday, not in the sense of a day off from work or whatever, for Jury Appreciation Day. This comes to us from legal professional organizations, lawyers on whatever side of whatever issue who, through their work, appreciate the importance of juries. This goes back to our founding. The jury is meant to be comprised of one's peers in one's local community to find relevant facts, either in a civil or a criminal context. We do this because when one is called for jury service, there is an element of sacrifice. One may have to be away from work, family, depending on the trial that you're pulled into. Frankly, it could be stressful. You could be exposed to some tough things. Trials by jury are a linchpin of our legal system, again, civil and criminal, and we just wanted to recognize that as such. My colleague from Delta County will make some comments, and then we will have an amendment.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Madam Chair. And members, yes, this is the day you've all been waiting for, Jury Appreciation Day. It's important for us to be able to recognize the importance of the jury, both in our state and our nation. And certainly in our system of laws, this truly is the democratic system playing out to be able to have a jury of your peers decide your case, to decide your guilt or innocence, to decide whether the facts match the law, or in some rare instances, the jury may say the law is actually unfair and nullify it. But throughout our history, we've seen juries be good juries, be reflective of the community. We've seen them make decisions where we scratch our head. But overall, it has been a great system that's been able to allow us to make arguments that we would never be able to make in a civilian legal system. And for that, it's important to recognize this day. It's important to recognize the fact that this is a civic duty that citizens have to do. And we have an amendment to also improve on the language of the bill. With that, I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be properly displayed. I'm sure, go for it.
Thank you. L001 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one amendment responds to two different conversations that we had with members in the Judiciary Committee several nights ago. The bottom part of the amendment really is sort of technical in nature. This comes out of a concern stated by the representative from Penrose, just to make it extra clear that this is not the kind of holiday, like a bank holiday, like, we take off work. That has implications for businesses, that has implications for state employees. It's really just a recognition. We worked with the Department of Personnel and Affairs. We worked with DPA to address that language a little bit more tightly. The top part of the language is to try to acknowledge that even though, this is aspirational in nature, the reality is that jury service has not been equally available to everybody in our country based on gender, based on identity. over the years, and that some folks have had reason to fear going before juries at some points in our history based on who they are, and we wanted to acknowledge that in the ledge deck as well. So that's what this amendment does. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-282? On L001, an amendment to SB 23-282. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L001 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion on SB 23-282? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-282. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-282 is adopted. As amended. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-164?
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, also Representatives Bacon and Weissman, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 164 and the Appropriations Report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Report.
Members, there was an updated fiscal note after the initial appropriations clause was put on in the Senate. So in House Appropriations, we had a very slight revision just so that the appropriation reflects the most up-to-date fiscal note from nonpartisan staff. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report to SB 23-164? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Appropriations Report to SB 23-164 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bacon.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
That's great. Cool. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, every couple of years or so, we face a sunset on the SOMB board, and this is the board that manages the sex offender programming in the state. A couple of years ago, because we could not really kind of figure out how to best move forward, we extended the SOMB to 2 years to where we are now here today before you. I will say that the majority of the work on this bill was done in the Senate, where we brought together all stakeholders to try to find a consensus in which we could move forward with this board for the next 5 years. And while every stakeholder certainly did not get what they were looking for, given the subject matter and the sensitivity, they did find consensus here. One of the biggest things that you'll find, my co-sponsor will talk about the components of the bill, but in a couple of years, we will request data. And this is actually critical amongst the stakeholders to be able to make more informed decisions on how to continue with the management of this board, as well as the people and who it impacts. The data that will be collected will talk about how many folks who are in DOC and through parole who are in need of management through these programs, which is treatment. Do they have access to the treatment and the efficacy of our strategies? And so for this reason, this is, I believe, integral for this space, as the conversations have been contentious. But even with that contention, people could agree on this. And so this bill extends the program for 5 years with a 2-year interlude, if you will, by being able to analyze that data. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, members, this can be a tough subject to talk about. It has been in the past. I've been seeing that since my first year in 17, which makes the 35-0 result in the Senate all the more remarkable. And as we did in committee, want to acknowledge the earnest, substantial work and time that a whole bunch of people put in to landing in this place. I would just sum up and reinforce what my co-prime sponsor from Denver said. The bulk of this bill and its different elements in terms of updating definitions, in terms of directing some data to come back, is really about making more effective use of limited capacity we have for treatment of individuals who are sentenced in these ways. That matters both for the due process rights of those individuals. There has been litigation against the state exposing taxpayers to liability potentially, and it matters in the interest of community safety, so the right people get treatment in the right time. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-164? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-164. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. SB 23-164 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23061?
Senate Bill 61 by Senators Marchman and Kolker, also Representatives Kipp and Lukens, concerning eliminating the requirement that the Department of Education administer a state assessment in social studies and in connection therewith and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
I can't even. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2361.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we bring before you Senate Bill 61. This bill will remove unnecessary testing burden and allow schools to reallocate testing resources to better support students. As a social studies teacher myself, I know that Colorado has strong teaching standards that are not supplemented or impacted by state testing. And if we want to continue to improve the social studies curriculum in our classrooms, we need to look at other opportunities because additional testing in this case will not support student success, so we ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative, Representative Kipp.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, for all the reasons my co-prime stated, and she is a social studies teacher, so I think you can trust her on that. I also have another important reason to tell you that you should really vote yes on this bill today. As we wind down to the last 2 days, 13 hours, 16 minutes of session, whatever it is, you might have a bill that needs to be funded. And this bill is going to save the state over $1 million. So we're going to save over $1 million. We're going to reduce the testing burden. So this bill is really a win for everybody, including our teachers and our students who we have failed to adequately support over the last year. So this is just an important bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come down in opposition to this bill. We heard it in the Education Committee, and there were many things that were semi-convincing that the sponsors mentioned, money saving. That always makes my ears perk up. The fact that it is not tested consistently year after year, as many of the language arts skills are. But I don't think that means that we should not have some metrics on what our kids and how they're doing in the social studies fields, because that is good data to have if we are successfully teaching the standards in social studies. It will show up on the test, even if it is not measured every year, and certainly will give teachers and administrations focus for the future curriculum years. So a savings is not a savings if it doesn't produce a result that is going to give you important data information. And just shelving this standardized test is not a good idea. So, ladies and gentlemen, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also was opposed to this bill in committee. There's a bill that this body passed that is currently going through the Senate that is going to create a task force to study the statewide K-12 education system and look at inequities and student performance. So I think this bill is premature until the task force does its work. I understand where the bill's sponsors are coming from. I think that's really important, but I do think that we should wait and see what that task force does. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With 4 boys in public education, this bill perplexes me even more. These kids are not learning history. And if you don't learn history, you can't learn from history. So because scores are down, let's just take the standard assessment out, no accountability. My sister's a 6th grade school teacher. She is wowed by this bill. I'm going to read a couple of things because I think we need to know, those of you that don't have children right now in school, understand what's happening in schools when we don't teach things and have accountability that we're not teaching these things, because that's what you've all talked to me about. Susan Pimentel, literacy expert who previously served on the National Assessment Governing Board, which oversees the nation's report card. She was the lead writer of the Common Core State Standards for English, Language Arts, and Literacy. She's the co-founder of Standards Work, a nonprofit dedicated to evidence-based action to improve student achievement in elementary through adult education. The latest nation's report card is grim. Just 13% of 8th graders hit the proficient mark in U.S. history. 13% of 8th graders hit the proficient mark in U.S. history. And we have a lot of important history. Y'all have all talked about it. I worked with someone that was 23 years old that didn't even get taught what the Holocaust was. She had no idea what the Holocaust was. And 22% hit the goal in civics. This represents a 2-point drop in civics from 2018. The first decrease since testing on the subject began 24 years ago. History results are even more dire. The average score dropped 5 points, representing a significant downward trajectory that started in 1994. Once we've picked our jaws up the floor, we have to ask, what do we do? Well, we need a range of solutions, including carving out more time for high-quality civics and history instruction beginning in elementary school. We can't ignore the role reading plays. National Assessment of Educational Progress reading scores released in the fall of 2022 showed less than a third of 8th graders are performing at the proficient level. Does that not scare anyone? My kids, I look over their syllabus, they're brushing over history. That should scare everyone in this chamber. Civil rights, women's rights, indigenous rights. They're brushing over it. How do we learn? How do we teach to break this generational cycle if our kids aren't learning the atrocities from the past? We have to attack the problem in 2 ways, she says. Shifting what happens in English class and changing how we teach civics and history. We need to include more civics and history and literacy lessons and add more deliberate literacy instruction in civics and history. Doing this is imperative. Over a quarter century of research is emphatic. The more knowledge students have about the world, the better their reading comprehension is. The better they read, the better able they are to assess more complex and compelling reading material and build more knowledge to become even better readers. Reading ability and building knowledge are mutually supportive. For starters, English class should include more nonfiction. That way our children can learn the mistakes that we've made in the past. Educational standards adopted by most states, which this author worked with a team of educators to write, call for that. But is it happening? How many curricular programs regularly force time and attention on context-rich text? How many cultivate students' literacy and knowledge bases simultaneously? Many programs serve up a scattershot approach, toggling quickly between a range of discounted or disconnected topics, often weighted toward fiction, which hardly adds up to building a coherent body of knowledge. Of course, improving student achievement in history and civics shouldn't be, can't be, the sole responsibility of a school's English department if students are going to make genuine headway. She goes on to talk about the fact that her middle school granddaughter, recently confessed to loathing her history lesson. And when she dug in, she just saw a bunch of stats that were short on ideas or any discussion of the larger consequences. And that's what I'm telling you. I read my kids' syllabi when it comes home from school. The amount of little bit of time they spend on World War I and World War II, and what we've done to Native Americans and indigenous populations, and what we have done to minorities in this country. You guys should be perplexed that we want to take away these standards. There's a better way. While history and civics teachers can certainly benefit from more literacy training, most already have what it takes to adopt a literacy-rich approach to their content teaching. It is vital that attending to students' reading skills be designed to complement the specific content demands of the discipline, not replace them. She goes on to say she's seen this in action. 8th grade classrooms in districts as varied as Charlotte, North Carolina, Denver, Oakland, California, and New York have used a literacy-rich history, civics lesson on Lincoln's Gettysburg Address and the nation's broader ideals of equality and freedom. They've helped teach the approach to scores of adult educators over the past 4 years, and here's how it works. Students first watch a related video of President Abraham Lincoln meeting with soldiers and study Civil War photographs. Next, they read conceptually related passages tailored to a range of student levels to provide context and build their knowledge. For me, this is about making history a learning experience, not just throwing a bunch of statistics to kids in 8th grade. We've got to teach our children to learn from the mistakes of the past. And if we don't have accountability with standardized assessments, then how do teachers know if children are retaining and learning the mistakes of the past? She goes on to say it's not a zero-sum game. Both content areas, history, civics, and literacy, gain. Taking this literacy-rich approach to history, civics instruction not only makes students more informed citizens, but also makes them better readers. So it's a win-win. And it can go a long way toward addressing the urgent crisis before us. The 8th graders who took these tests last year are in high school today. Unless we do something to grab their interest and advance their reading competence, they will soon enter college and the workforce with extremely limited knowledge about American democracy and our history, which is a grave threat to our nation. The answer is not to take away accountability. The answer is not to take away what the knowledge base of our children's civics and history is. It's to teach it. It's to teach it so we learn how hard it was for women to have rights and minorities to have rights and the victims of the Holocaust. I urge a no vote on this bill. Our children need to understand the mistakes that were made in the past and learn from them so that we can make a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 61? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was speaking to the bill sponsors about this bill. I have I had stronger reservations about this bill with some objection. Our discussion didn't take away my objection. It reduced to a small degree my reservations. Now, from what I understand, the concern is that the teachers test in their classrooms and they don't want standardized testing to bother their internal class testing in this particular subject. So, two legislators who are also teachers have brought this bill forward able to eliminate, as I understand, and they can correct me if I get this wrong, in order to eliminate the distraction of this statewide standardized test that occurs twice in a student's life, I believe, 6th grade and 8th grade perhaps. My research might have been bad. We haven't had much time late in the evening to study these bills. And I wasn't in the committee, I wasn't in the education committee, and I'm not asking to be appointed to that, Mr. Minority Leader. So don't put me in that committee, please. I'm not an educator, a teacher in that sense. But what I want to point out is that we need standardized metrics across the state of Colorado. We need to know what the children are learning in every school district in the state. For one reason is to see if our students are making and meeting those standards in the state across those districts so they can see where they're at compared to other schools in other school districts. And also on the national level to see how Colorado ranks among other schools in other states, statewide assessments. Now, I don't want to talk about my Army experience too long because I could talk for a long time about 29 plus years of service. But everything in the Army was based on standards. In every service, Marine Corps, Air Force, Navy, we just did this license plate for the Seabees. It's all about meeting tasks to standards. Task to standard. And what they taught me over all those years, if you don't have standards or you don't maintain standards, then all you do is lower the standards. Irregardless of how hard those standards are, how inconvenient they are to perform, and how much it might bother you to have to do it. So that's one of the problems I have with this bill. Here we are wanting to take social studies assessments, measure them, and the bill sponsors say, well, we really don't use these for anything. Well, teachers in the classroom may not, but the state may, and others may also outside of that narrow scope of teachers and teaching in classrooms in these grade levels from 5th to 10th or say 10th grade. Now, I don't want to lower standards. I want to raise standards. I want us to have the highest levels of standards achievable because we are competing against the rest of the world. And there are countries out there who are setting some of the highest standards you can imagine, and their population and youth are meeting those standards. And they are doing some things that no one ever expected. I'm not going to talk about the country of China. I'm not going to talk about how they have a space program now. I'm not going to talk about the engineering that comes out of places that are setting the highest standards, in this case in STEM, which this isn't about. Madam Chair, I'm not going to talk about STEM because this is about social studies. Now I'm going to talk about social studies, ma'am, and thank you for your patience. In this country, we have a problem, and it aligns with social studies, the study of our society, the socialization. The history of our country aligns with that. Our children, our youth, the Generation X, Generation Y, and I'm not even sure what the new generation letter is, because all we have left is Z. Imagine they're Generation Z, and then I don't know what we're going to do. We run out of letters. No. I'm going to talk about the standards of society and what our children are learning. And also what they need to learn. They need to learn that America is a great country. And that was built on the history of our country, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we are still a great country. They need to learn our history. They need to learn about the Revolutionary War. This is part of social studies and history. They need to learn about our Constitution, that founding document. They need to learn about the War of 1812. They need to learn about what that did in our society, in our social studies. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that was the only time that I know of that Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, was actually occupied by a foreign army. How many of you remember that? You want to talk about serious? Whoa, man, that was something. They need to know that. They need to know that the United States of America is not infallible, and they need to know that the defense of our country is important because it can be invaded and has successfully. That's not an impossibility. History has taught us that. Let's talk about society. They need to know so many things. They need to know about the Western expansion, whether you agree with it or not. They need to know about the Indian Wars that were fought. They need to know what that meant to our society. Here's something that I like to talk about. I'm not going to talk very much because I've gotten the yellow paper. They need to know about Frederick Douglass, an abolitionist who was a great American patriot and believed in this country. Former slave. And they need to know how that relates to our society. They need to know about the civil rights movement. It all needs to be in context, measured, and level, so they know it all. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And they need to understand the balance of those actions and the changes that this country made that were positive. Am I done? Okay. Well, now I've got the yellow slip, and I've been pulled with the yellow slip to go and talk to somebody out in the hall that's really important. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go out and talk to somebody out in the hall that I need to talk to. It's really important. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my colleague goes to speak to a man about a horse. It's curious to me that a body would be interested in returning money that is, and I don't have a problem with that. I think it's great. But I think the reason maybe perhaps that we should look at why might be what happened to social studies a few years ago that was from this body. And that would be from SB 21-067. Change the State Board of Education to create a new curriculum instead of approving a completed curriculum. It was just given a blank check. What did it do with that blank check? Well, we trusted it for the Board of Education and the positions under the proposal of strengthening civics education to rectify, so civics education directly ties to this, to rectify declines in the civic knowledge of the adult population of the United States. So a couple years ago, we had a full-up bill on addressing the declines of civic education, and this was SB 21-067. The bill asked schools to review and reinvigorate their civics education curriculum. Civics education, it said, must include not only classroom instruction and discussion of the fundamentals of the American Republic at the federal, state, and local government levels, but it also must include classroom activities through which students model the constitutional Republican process and engage in service learning and experiential project-based learning by participating civically in their communities. To this end, it was directed the State Board of Education shall review the civics portion of the social studies standards and revise them as necessary. So this went back to, so this was 21-067 in 2021. And then, of course, what was implemented was the highly ideological 1192 board.
Representative DeGraff, if you could tie this back, I know, seems like you're making a case, but this is about particularly state assessment, not necessarily standards. So if you could tie it back to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. But as we know from what a standard is a standard is something by which something is measured. And in any community, if it's important, it has a metric. If it has a metric, it's measured. So in talking about the standards, we're talking about the metrics, and we're talking about how this is measured, and the measurement would be done by the assessment. So my goal, Madam Chair, and thank you for the point of clarification, is that we look at perhaps why, because my question is, why do we not want to have anything as far as social studies go? When it was evaluated, in first grade, sexual identity and gender identity joined race inclusions in the committee of recommendations. It is assumed that the child of age 6 has a cognitive ability to understand race, sexuality, and religious denominations. So out of e unum pluribus, out of one, will create many. At the level required to engage meaningfully in these topics, question 4 of the inquiry questions under the history standard, so in social studies, so in a standard for social study from which the assessments would be made, how are African American, Latino, Asian American, Indigenous people, LGBT, and religious minority cultures different and similar to one another? In second grade, elements of critical race theory are evident in the second grade standards, where Civics 2.4.1, so the standards by which an assessment would be created, because these are state level standards by which a standardized test would be created. Task 7-year-olds with recognizing that voting, representation, lobbying, and organizing are important to privileged and marginalized individuals. These groups referenced as fitting these marginalizing criteria include classifying by the color of one's skin and declaring them permanently marginalized: African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, Indigenous peoples, LGBT, and religious minorities.
Representative DeGraff, is that what the standards say, or is that your assessment?
No, ma'am, that's what that I'm reading from. It's a quote of the standards.
I'm sorry, I didn't think there was a reference to critical race theory in the actual standards.
When I input that about that contained elements of critical race theory, that was an interjection when it was regarding. So you're correct. I will make sure that I make that more clear. In third grade, third graders are asked in history standard 3.1.2 with the evidence outcome of being able to describe the history, interaction, and contribution of the various peoples' cultures, including but not limited to African Americans, Asian Americans, Indigenous peoples, Latinos, LGBTQ, and religious minorities that have lived and migrated to a community or region, and how that migration has influenced the change and development. And although those in and of themselves are not necessarily bad things, and you and I have discussed that having a history month that's relegated to a month, and certainly the shortest month, is not only inaccurate, but it's kind of insulting, when that history should be integrated fully. But when we focus on individual, and we say these are because these become the metrics. The metrics are how are we doing in terms of measuring these things. What we're not doing is we're not measuring the contributions of others. We are leaving little time for the discussions of, say, the Federalist Papers, say the premises of our Declaration of Independence, the things. And it's important because history
Members, if we could take our conversations to the side.
Because history is part of the social studies. As we know from history, history is written by the victors, remembered by the vanquished, and what I always add to that is erased by those who are looking to repeat it. And so if we don't learn our actual history, We don't learn the good, bad, and the ugly of our actual history. What we do is we create marginalization and we create division. Things that have been, and these are historical facts that I find even in this chamber. When people are unaware of what the 3/5 compromise actually was and how important it was in ending slavery.
Representative DeGraff, this bill is about state assessment, not an assessment of the knowledge of this body.
Yes, ma'am, but these state assessments are what are key.
If you could not talk about the knowledge of this body and rather the state standards and assessment, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, ma'am. There is a lot of history that is unknown by our students, and it causes division, and it causes further balkanization of the individuals in this society, when the society was intended to create one out of all. Not one person, not mow over everybody's individuality, because the Constitution and our founding emphasizes the individual over all. But when we balkanize, what we're doing is we're lumping people into singular categories by phenotype, by cultural attributes. And it's very discriminatory. So my point is that I think what's happening here is that this SB 067 that implemented, I think it was 19-1192, I could be wrong on that last one, which was a task force that was created by the governor to address these standards. I mean, I don't get the idea from this bill, this presentation, that this is so handled that this critical thing of addressing the civics portion of the social studies standards, just a couple of years ago. So just a couple of years ago, we said we need to really address these standards because the knowledge in this area is slipping. And then this year, in 2023, 2 school years later, we're saying the result is we don't want to measure that anymore. So we don't want to measure our students' understanding of actual history, and if we actually measured what we are teaching them, we would have to tell you what we are teaching them, and we don't want to do that either. I think these standards are very important, and for some other reasons besides just that. Because again, if it's important, it has a metric, and if it has a metric, it has to be measured. And metrics in education are used by parents. They're probably one of the biggest areas that we have of determining where people want to live. And although say a realtor can't tell and say, these are good schools and these are bad schools, when people are looking to move into a location, they can find the good schools and bad schools. Because that's the primary driver as to the desirability of an area. And that's one of the primary means by which an area retains its value. So if we start having schools that say, yeah, we're not going to measure these things. These are things that are important to students. They're important to students long term, but they're important to parents who want to know what their kids are learning, and they want to know that their kids are learning. A fear of this bill would be you start taking away the standards. This year it's this bill, because it's and here's what's interesting. Neither a declaration, the General Assembly declares, and this is the Senate's edit, requirement of Colorado Department of Education administer a state assessment in social studies. neither eliminates education standards for instructional areas related to social studies, nor eliminates the value or significance of social studies. But again, if it's important, it has a metric. If it has a metric, it needs to be measured. Otherwise, it's meaningless. So we have to have these metrics. To just go in and find the General Assembly declares, that would just be declaring that the General Assembly is negligent in saying that these things are important but not measured. Now, this would get to whether state-controlled education, statist education, if that's the proper role of government. But what this is saying, if we have this is the proper role of government, then we need to have standards. Because if we don't have standards, we can't see if anybody's failing. Now that's
Representative DeGraff, again, this bill is about assessment, not standards. We do have standards. The question is on the bill if we should eliminate the state assessment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point of the assessment is to measure the applicability of the standards. If you don't have a means by which you would measure the standards, your standards become meaningless. They might be there, but you don't know if they're being applied. You don't know if they're being followed. You don't even know what they are because they just go someplace and gather dust. So without an assessment, even if you do have standards, they become meaningless, and meaningless standards don't mean anything by definition. So we have shall administer. The Department of Education, in collaboration with local education providers, shall administer the state assessments in instructional areas of English, language art, mathematics, and science. So "and" was taken out of there. "And" was added into there to make that sentence complete. And then social studies was deleted, as adopted by the state pursuant to section 22-7-1006. Without a proper knowledge of history, a nation doesn't really know what it is, who it is, where it came from. Now, that's a proper understanding of history. I'm not saying that what we're teaching is a proper understanding of history, but if we don't know what that standard is, we don't know what we're teaching our students, and if we don't know what we're teaching our students, we don't know what the end result is. So there's a lot of reasons that I think this is ill-conceived. I do appreciate the fact that they want to give money back, but I don't think it's for the proper reasons. We know that the school budget has been pilfered by other programs, and it's been put at a disadvantage, and we know that and we're being told continually that it needs more money. And so when an agency that is continually clamoring for more money just to not do a testing which should vindicate the value, because we don't know the value of our public education if we don't have anything to measure it by, and how we measure the value of our public education is by standards. And the standards have to be tied to a metric, and if we're going to administer a full statist education, we need to, that of course is going to apply across the board, and of course that is going to be standardized. Now, if you don't want a standardized education, and you don't like standardized tests, then your best bet is to eliminate the standardized school and start allowing actual parental choice, and to move into other agencies where they can choose. And a school might choose more of a Latino history, or a more of a black history, or more of a, I think that would be inaccurate. I think that would be a travesty, because I think that history's all tied together.
If you could tie it back again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the point is that we need to measure these things. We need to have the standards. The only way the standards mean anything is if we measure them. If we don't measure them, They're not standards, because a standard is something that something is measured by. So if you say there is a standard, but it is not measured by anything, it is not a standard, and therefore you do not have a standard. So if we're going to have standards, and we say we do have standards, and so this would be, I'm not really sure what the word is, but this would be contradictory for the General Assembly to declare, and the General Assembly declaring does not make it anywhere true, that the Department of Education administer a state assessment in social studies, that if we don't administer that standard, that does not eliminate the value or significance of those social studies. But if we don't have a measurement, it's not a standard. It could be a guideline, it could be a wish, but it's not a standard. So for the General Assembly to declare that a standard is not a standard is kind of creates some grammatical issues, in which case we probably need to go back to our English and language arts. I recommend a no vote.
Sorry. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. I move to lay over Senate Bill 61 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 61 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 252.
Senate Bill 252 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez, also Representatives Doherty and Hartsook, concerning hospital medical price transparency.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I've already been told that if I speak too much, I'm going to get a throat chop up here, so. See? In all seriousness, you know, I love this bill that we're bringing forward here on hospital transparency and price transparency is great. I mean, my co-prime and I, we both have got spouses in the healthcare career fields. We have a lot of backgrounds. I've worked on this for many years. And what is really important about this piece of legislation is as these rules that are at the federal level are implemented here at the state and teeth are put behind them, it opens up the free market competition. So consumers can get out there and look and see what is standard pricing. Now, this doesn't deal with acute situations such as trauma where you go on in, you don't know what you're going to be treated for. That's not what these comparisons are for. This is for your standard knee replacements, shoulders, standard surgeries that are routine, and it gives a baseline comparison from hospital to hospital. The National Federation of Independent Businesses is in support of this, and the reason they're doing that is for all the independent small business owners that are out there getting insurance for their workforce. They can look at that and they can do price comparisons. That's the beauty to this. It allows for the comparison and the free market to grow, which hopefully in the future will drive down the prices. So at this point, I will turn it over to my co-prime and thank her.
Thank you. And would one of you like to move the bill? Representative Lindsay.
I move Senate Bill 252.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And I will just add the two things this bill does is the bill references the federal transparency rule and requires hospitals to post Medicare rates and send their existing machine-readable files to our state's Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance. And the bill adds state enforcement to ensure Colorado hospitals are following the federal rule, and we ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-252? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 23-252. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-252 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23064?
Senate Bill 64 by Senators Gardner and Janal, also Representative Snyder and Armagast, concerning the Office of Public Guardianship.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 64.
Okay. Would you like to tell us about your bill?
Yes, so thank you. There's a long history of this, so I'll give you the skinny version. So it started way back in 2017 with then Representative Dave Young. Created a pilot program, but it wasn't funded with anything but gifts, grants, and donations. So when I came in 2019, I picked up the ball, worked with the probate section of the bar to get some sustainable funding for the program. They had some fits and starts. There was an extension done back in 21 because of the pandemic and a lot of the effects there. This is bringing it back. We're intending to expand this statewide to every judicial district in Colorado. The pilot has proved the efficacy of the program. Folks, we're talking about people that have nobody in their life who can advocate for them. They're often people that are languishing in hospitals and long-term care facilities at great cost to the state of Colorado. They can't even be discharged because you can't discharge people unless there's a safe plan for them. This public guardianship moves away from what other states went through a horror show with a private guardianship model. We still have some of that. We're hoping that this program will become statewide and provide an essential service to all parts of Colorado, rural, medium-sized, and then the major cities too, so that we can make sure that these people have quality of care and somebody to advocate in their interests. And it's been a very, it was a good bill that came out of the Senate. We haven't made any changes, and we would humbly ask for an aye vote.
Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As many people know, I love working toward the fixing the crisis we have in our state with our mental health, and this is one of those bills that definitely does that. We do have an issue with people falling between the cracks. That comes in the veteran community, which is I'm definitely partial to. There are people that slip through the cracks at the VA, end up either homeless or in a spot where they are either hospitalized or just gravely ill and don't have a caretaker, or don't have a family member to help them through that. So having this office set up and providing those resources on a regular basis for not only veterans, but everyone in our communities that are struggling and aren't able to care for themselves, need that extra caretaker, that don't have that in their resources. So I'm definitely in support of this. Hope everyone else can get on board with this. And I thank my co-prime for doing all the background on this for the several years now. This is a great thing to get on board with, and hope you guys can help us push it to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-286? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of I'm sorry, 64. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-64? Seeing no further discussion on SB 23-264, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-264. All in favor? 64. 64. Please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. SB 23-64 is adopted. Representative Snyder, I'm not sure where you're going because you got a bill up, but Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-286?
Senate Bill 286 by Senator Hansen, also Representative Snyder and Soper, concerning improving public access to government records.
Thank you. Representative Soper.
Merci, Madam Chair. Oh, this got a little high. We move Senate Bill 286 and the State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee report, and there was no Appropriations Committee report.
That would be good. Let's talk about the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. Who would like to do that? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did have a nice hearing in State Affairs, and really only one minor change, and that was inadvertently they left out two words. So we're putting those two words back in. The words are "or sortable." So when we're talking about records, we want to make sure that they have the flexibility to take all kinds of methods where they can deliver the product to people. So that was the only change there. We'd ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the State Civic. Representative Puglisi. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have this question for the bill sponsor, but I'm having a hard time finding it, so if somebody can help me. I was told in committee that the definition of electronic mail was changed to, in the bill, it was changed from electronic mail to electronic communication, but that was stricken in committee. But I don't see where that is, and so if someone can just show me where that is, I want to make sure electronic communication is no longer in this bill. Thank you. And the drafting table didn't have it either. Thank you.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my co-prime sponsor is working on getting an answer exactly to that question. The Senate did take L004, which is the amendment that removed all references to electronic communication. I unfortunately do not have a re-engrossed version with me, so I can't point out exactly where it is. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 286, one bill.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Seeing no objection, 286 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-108?
Senate Bill 108 by Senators Baisley and Winter F., also Representatives Puglisi and Frizzell, concerning temporary reductions in property taxes due.
Thank you. Representative Frizzell.
Madam Chair, I would like to move the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. Can you, I do not see a Finance Committee report, but can you please move the bill?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move Senate Bill 23-108.
Okay, would you
To the
like
committee
to, or
of the
you just-
whole.
Okay, fine. No, you just, all you have to say is, I move SB 23-108.
All right. Madam Chair, I move SB 23-108.
Perfect, thank you. Who would like to tell us about the bill? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the premise of Senate Bill 23-108 is that it allows local government taxing entities to temporarily reduce their mill levy. And so just as a reminder, because we haven't talked enough property tax yet, but guess what? It's coming. There are three components to calculate a property tax. One is the property's value. The second is the assessment rate. And the third is the mill levy, which is based, and the mill levy is the sum of the levy from all the taxing entities that provide services to a particular property. So this bill simply codifies the ability of a local government entity to provide property tax relief through temporary tax credits, property tax credits, or a temporary mill levy reduction.
Representative or Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, a local government sets their mill levy, and then times are really good. So in order to help their people, they lower that mill levy temporarily. And so the question is, can they then move it back to their initial mill levy without another vote of the people? And this would just codify what has been current practice for local governments. And local governments include municipalities, special districts, county governments, school districts. So anyone that would be setting a mill levy, this bill is applicable to. And so this just codifies what's been in practice, which is that they don't have to go back to a vote of the people because it was just a temporary reduction, and they can go back to the normal mill rate. And we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-108? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-108. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-108 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 286, to the end of the calendar, please.
Okay, seeing no objection, SB 23-286 will be moved till the, oh, no?
A quick recess, please.
The House will stand in a brief recess. Sorry. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to lay over Senate Bill 286 to the end of the calendar.
Okay, seeing no objection, SB 23-286 will be moved over till the end of the calendar. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-267?
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, also Representatives Titone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith, requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 267.
Okay,
and whatever report there might be for that.
Can you also move the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report,
I will move
please?
the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
Excellent. Let's talk about the Appropriations Committee report first. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee, we took away an appropriation because the amendment reduced that and we didn't need it, and that's what happened. I ask for an aye vote.
Well, that's always awesome. Is there any further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to SB 23-267. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report to SB 23-267 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you may recall we just told you about the appropriation that went away, and that happened in the Finance Committee where we made some changes to how the bill was operated, and everybody likes that way to do it, and we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the Finance Committee report to SB 23-267? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Finance Committee report to SB 23-267 is adopted. To the bill. Who would like to talk about the bill? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to, I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed. Okay. But I do like to move.
I know that.
Yes.
It is? Oh, it is.
The House will stand in a brief recess. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, sorry. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 267 to the end of the calendar.
Okay, it'll move to the end after the end of the calendar then. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-298?
Senate Bill 298 by Senators Gardner and Roberts, also Representatives McCormick and Bockenfeld, concerning allowing certain public hospitals to improve access to health care through collaboration and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 298, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. Moving
That's
298.
perfect. Who would like to tell us about the bill? Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, rural and frontier hospitals confront multiple challenges, such as aging facilities, to workforce retention, to purchase pharmaceutical drugs and basic medical supplies at affordable prices. Senate Bill 298 is one tool to help the 43 rural and frontier hospitals to solve these problems by saving valuable financial resources. This legislation would encourage collaborative efforts that reduce cost, improve access to specialty care, and strengthen the overall health of our rural health care delivery system. Collaboration among rural providers will enhance service delivery and improve coordination by building economies of scale and leveraging the strengths of each individual hospital. Senate Bill 298 will allow rural hospitals to create joint ventures with one another to purchase medical supplies, general supplies, medical equipment, and similar items. Senate Bill 298 will also create a mechanism and review process that will allow the Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance and the Attorney General's Office to approve collaborative efforts between rural hospitals to ensure that antitrust laws are followed. Once approved, these collaborative efforts will reduce costs, create more opportunities for the specialized care, and provide overall better health care outcomes for people of rural Colorado. 21 other states, such as Nebraska and Washington State, have enacted such legislation. Rural hospitals in these states saw approximately $250,000 a year because of increased purchasing power. And believe it or not, that's a lot of money for our rural hospitals. Senate Bill 298 unanimously passed the Senate, and there is no opposition. Please support Senate Bill 298. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for that great description of this bill. This bill, just to highlight, if just one of these 43 rural or frontier hospitals were forced to close, these patients would need to travel sometimes up to 160 miles just to have their health care needs be met, which I think is unacceptable. And this will really help these rural independent hospitals keep their doors open and produce better outcomes for their patients. You may wonder why I'm down here on this bill. This is a demonstration of the rural-urban connection, but also because I did run my own small animal hospital. It was a small independent hospital, albeit for animals and not people, but we struggled with up to $40,000 per month on medical supplies and pharmaceuticals to keep our hospital running. And so if I had some more purchasing power, similar to what this is doing, it would have really helped drive our costs down as well. So I think this is a really great idea to really keep these independent hospitals afloat, deliver the patient care that these people in our other counties need. And I love the fact that we are opening up a pathway that has good guardrails on it, that the Attorney General has worked hard to make sure that this is going to work for our state. And I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-298? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-298. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-298 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 267.
Okay, back to 267. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-267?
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, also Representatives Titone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority, making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
I move Senate Bill 267 as amended.
Well, we have not amended it yet.
Yeah, right?
Oh, well, okay, as amended by the committee report, sure. Okay, as amended, thank you. Oh, it's been probably moved to the bill. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this amendment, it establishes more guardrails and accountability on whether or not the fee system is appropriate and successful at projecting improving water quality. Chatfield really needs this. It's taken the taxes off of the taxpayers that don't use Chatfield and adding it to the 2 million visitors that come into our state park to use Chatfield. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Chatfield is a really popular state park, and it's a destination for swimming and boating and all sorts of things, and a lot of visitors come. But the problem is that the water quality is starting to decline, and we really need to make sure that that water quality stays in a good place for the visitors to come to the park. The problem is that the authority doesn't have the funding to do this, and this would just have a relationship between CPW and the Chatfield State Park Watershed Authority, and they will negotiate a fee to get the water quality back on track, and the revenues collected by the park would be remitted to the watershed to use for projects that would benefit the water quality and for the users and the wildlife at the state park, including seed money to apply for water quality matching grants. And if they don't have the money to match with these grants, they can't get it. So this is going to help them really greatly to make sure that the park can be good for everybody to visit, and we can have millions of people go, and it's great. So I ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-267? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-267. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-267 is adopted. Okay, Mr. Shebel, I think we are down to SB 23-25. Would you please read the title?
Senate Bill 25 by Senator Baisley, also Representatives Byrd and Bottoms, concerning the creation of the In God We Trust license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
I do. Can I? No, I'll leave it down.
Can this go down?
Yes, I'll let it
Or
Just the bell, just the bell.
out. I move SB 23025.
okay, the bill has been moved. Who would like to tell us about the bill?
Go ahead.
Representative Bottoms.
I will tell you about it first. I have a display. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
My understanding is there's no props at the well. You have to ask the majority leader. She will allow
Majority
it.
Leader,
okay.
may I have this prop? Okay, thank you.
Please
Say
proceed.
no, I'll just set it down.
Do you want to display it?
Do you have it on it?
If you give it to them,
Oh.
they can project it. Yeah.
So, I like this license plate. It says, "In God We Trust." That comes from some old paperwork that we have here in the country, and it's actually our motto. And this is similar, very close to what the license plate will look like. If you purchase one of these, you'll have different numbers and letters, but everything else would be fairly close to that. And so I urge an aye vote on this.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm pleased to present this bill to you today that will enable our state to offer a specialty license plate with the official motto of the United States displayed thereon. I want you to know that this motto was adopted by Congress in 1956 and actually replaced the phrase e pluribus unum, which we know means out of many, one. The origins of the motto actually lie in the American Civil War, where Union supporters were attempting to boost morale in the fight to hold our country together.
Since that time, the motto has found its way on our currency, beginning with a 2-cent piece in 1864, and then later on postage stamps in 1954. In 1955, President Eisenhower approved a joint resolution of Congress that required that "In God We Trust" appear on all American currency. The same Congress later passed legislation designating this expression as our national motto. Members, we have many patriotic Coloradans who would like to express their love of country by displaying this motto on their license plate. I hope you will join me and my colleague, our colleague, Representative Bottoms, in supporting these fine Coloradans in the exercise of their free speech and demonstration of patriotism by supporting this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23025? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill in committee. I stand in support of this bill. It was really great to hear the impassioned testimony. So many people work so hard to get this up and running, and I think with as many different license plates we have in this state, we should approve this as well, because if people, their favorite sports team, anything else that they support, people that support the national motto, I think it's important that they would have the ability to use their First Amendment right to be excited, and I will definitely be purchasing one of these. So please, I urge an aye vote. Thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23? Oh, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so excited about this license plate. I cannot wait to get mine. Really excited about the representative that I stepped in his shoes and all of his hard work and his staff. And I just want to thank both bill sponsors for bringing it. Super excited for this to be on the back of my car. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
I'd also like to say that I support this this license plate. I think it's great. I think it's also a very good when there is any discussion around it. It has a great history behind it, and that will help us with our social studies standards.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23025? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23025. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. SB 23025 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23004?
Senate Bill 304 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, also Representatives Marshall and Frizzell, concerning changes of property tax valuation practices and in connection therewith, requiring property tax assessors to consider certain information when valuing real property, requiring certain counties use an alternative protest and appeal procedure in any year of general reassessment of real property that is valued biennially, and clarifying that data that a property tax assessor is required to provide at the request of a taxpayer must include certain information.
Thank you. Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Finance Committee report to SB 304.
Okay, could you move the bill at the same time?
And I move SB 304.
Thank you. To the Finance Committee report, who would like to explain it to us? Representative Frizzell, or Marshall.
Yeah, in the Finance Committee, we added just 2 amendments. They were kind of cleanup ones to make it more specific and understandable. One was to correct where we had an, E-A-N, so it made it look like there was multiple protests. We changed that to the, because there is only one alternative protest. And then the other amendment was to make it more clear on the valuation procedures and refer directly to state statute for those factors to make it very clear what kind of valuation factors are to be used.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L005 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
L005 to the Finance Committee report has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an exciting amendment. I know you are on the edges of your seat to understand exactly what this is about. This particular amendment corrects the inclusion of an additional and erroneous period in the bill. And further, it clarifies in the bill title, referring to the alternate appeals process as being the alternate appeal process, as opposed to an alternate appeal process. We ask for your aye vote on this tremendous amendment.
We appreciate your proper punctuation. Is there any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to SB 304 Finance Committee report. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the good punctuation is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report to SB 304? Representative Marshall.
No, ma'am.
Okay. That leads us to the question of the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Who would like to tell us about the bill?
Yep.
Representative Marshall.
All right, this is an evaluation bill just to make it easier for the assessors and set it out. It really has just two parts. One, to make clear that we use an actual value standard in the counties, not a highest and best use. That actually has been an issue with some of the realtor organizations. The difference being highest and best use pretty much ignores all externalities that are around the property, like regulations, environmental factors, and the like, and looks at what is the most profitable use it could be put to in the best of all available worlds. We don't live in the best of all available worlds. So it sets out that you will use an actual value standard and then the factors to be put into that actual value standards. The second part is to require for all counties over 300,000 to set out the alternative protest method to basically appeal your property valuation. As all of you know, that is likely to be a very big factor, and if we have further questions or concerns about that, I certainly would defer to our legislative for this under this entire dome. There's probably no bigger expert than my colleague from Douglas County.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion, Representative Frizzell? No, on SB 23304. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23304 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. SB 23304 as amended is adopted. That's really hard to say, those threes. Okay. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23176?
Senate Bill 176 by Senators Moreno and Cutter, also Representative Degree Kennedy.
I'm sorry, I didn't bang the gavel. I apologize.
Okay.
Now that we've officially adopted it, Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23176?
Senate Bill 176 by Senators Moreno and Cutter, also Representative Degree Kennedy, concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder.
Thank you. Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Representative Bradley and I are very excited to bring this bill forward today. So excited, in fact, that we both left our amendments that we're offering sitting on our desks. And I only happened to get mine a hair before Representative Bradley did, but I am so pleased that she agreed to join me as co-prime sponsor on this bill today. Senate Bill 176 is a bill intended to try to address some issues that are facing people struggling with eating disorders. There are two major components of the bill. One of these components has to do with the sale of diet pills to minors. This was discussed in the committee, and I think there was broad agreement that this was a meaningful step forward. The second had to do with insurance companies discriminating against people based on their body mass index. And we believe what this bill is going to do is make sure that the people who need treatment for their eating disorders are able to get that treatment, and that we're not setting up kids to buy these diet pills that can exacerbate their problems.
Before I call on Representative Bradley, somebody will need to move the bill. Who would like to do that? Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 176, and could you please remind me if there are committee reports?
There are no committee reports.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I decided to get on this bill after listening to testimony. My sister-in-law has worked with this population for a very long time, and I asked her, what is the big deal about BMI? And she let me know that it's very antiquated and can often deny people that need this type of care, can deny them that care. And being in healthcare, I decided that I needed to be on this bill. Also, I don't think that it is responsible to allow anyone under the age of 21 to buy diet pills. I think that just like bills we heard previously, we're trying to protect children, and this legislation is designed to protect people with eating disorders and other children from buying diet pills before the age of 21. I'm in strong support of this bill and happy to co-prime it with the representative here.
Okay, I understand we have some amendments. Would somebody like to offer one of them? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Holtorf has a couple amendments that I think we'll just need to make sure don't create a settled question.
Thank you. L012 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed to tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. This is just to clarify and adding another eating disorder, which is the binge eating purging. It was left off in the original bill, and we wanted to make sure after witness testimony that we brought that into this bill to include all eating disorders.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L012 to SB 23-176. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L012 to SB 23-176 is adopted. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L13 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L013 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is it relocates the enforcement on the diet pill provision from DORA over to the Attorney General's office. I think at the time the bill was introduced, it was unclear where it would be most appropriate in statute to house this prohibition. I want to be clear that this is a prospective enforcement regime that does not necessarily impact the way that the Attorney General's office is currently implementing consumer protection laws and other age limits. It is a new provision where they will be taking a look at situations where retailers may be selling diet pills to kids in violation of this law.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L013 to SB 23-176? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L013 to SB 23-176 is adopted. Representative Holtorf.
Are you still moving amendments? Okay, go for it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in Public Health Committee, and as we were discussing the merits of the bill, and it's not a very long bill, with respect to concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder. 5.5 pages. There's a couple things that I noticed in testimony in committee that I thought needed to be addressed. And we discussed about body mass index. The people testified about how that's an old, antiquated measure. I know that in the 29 years, near 30 years, actually, if you count my 4 years of ROTC, 33 plus years of service or in uniform, although ROTC can be kind of like the Boy Scouts until you get in the real game. They use BMI as a measure of your size and your height and weight and your body fat. And it was a very objective measure that was used as the military standard. I've moved beyond that, understanding in this context how that now is, the metrics are changing. But the one area that I really had a problem with, and I spoke to the bill sponsor about this, not at length, but cursorily spoke to him about it, is with respect to the language here that I think needs to be amended. So I'm going to move L014 to Senate Bill 176 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you. I move L014, or I'm sorry. Thank you. L014 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So, one of the things that bothered me about the way the bill is written in particular is they talk about in the bill, shall not utilize the body mass index, ideal body weight, or any other standard required and achieved weight. Then it goes to when determining medical necessity. And when I read the words any other standard requiring an achieved weight, that's standards currently in existence or would include any future standards that may come up in the medical health practice. I really thought that language goes too far. Now, I don't want to go into my standard speech because we had that earlier on a different bill, but you have to have some measure and some metric and some standard of measure. There was a lot of testimony that made this issue very, very subjective and essentially said there is no standard. It's whatever you want it to be. And I had issue with that, and I brought it up in committee with the bill sponsor. And so I'm bringing it up today because in many places, if you look at the amendment, page 2, page 3, page 7, page 3 again, page 4, in 2 places, what this amendment does is it says that you can have another standard. There can be other standards developed. And they do need to use the measure of weight. In this particular case. Not that there's an ideal weight, because people are very different, but weight and the proper weight range that you should be in is an objective measure and a standard. You just can't wash away all the standards in legislation, nor in this context. So I'm going to ask for an aye vote on this amendment, which allows for any type of measure or standard versus no standard at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to disagree with the good representative from Akron, which we don't do very often, but being in healthcare, I would never get on a bill, ever, that doesn't have parameters. But when parameters that are antiquated don't help anymore, it is time to use a different level or standard. 90% of patients with this do not have weight as a factor, so BMI and ideal body weight are not good assessments to understand what is happening. It says body mass index, ideal body weight, or any other standard requiring an achieved body weight must not be the determining factor. It's not saying that it can't be used, it's just saying that it cannot be the determining factor. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, to my good colleague from Douglas County, I don't think she's reading the amendment properly. So I'm going to do what I call the amendment crosswalk. This is going to take a little extra time from my good colleague from Douglas County, but I want to actually highlight some things because I have not mentioned anything about deleting BMI, body mass index, or in this case, the other metric, which is, and I'll read it here. So pay close attention because we're going to do this. If you look at the amendment, Madam Chair, lines 1 and 2, we go to page 2 and we go to line 8. Okay? And the change goes from this to this, and I'm going to read. And I'm going to back up a little bit. Shall not utilize the body mass index, ideal body weight, or any other standard requiring an achieved weight. Okay? Now, this is what the amendment changes it to. It says that we are going to substitute line 8, and it's going to change like this. It's going to say body mass index or ideal body weight standard. It's not going to address, because we're deleting any other standard that's required. Any other standard. I'm not talking about taking away the BMI or the ideal body weight. That stays in the bill, ladies and gentlemen. But what does change is the language that says any other standard required. Because there has to be something, some level of objective measure that has some type of standardized measure, particularly in science, and as science applies to healthcare. Now, if you look at the lines 3 through 5, we repeat this same change in language. If you go down to farther in the bill, I'll go to line 6 in my amendment, in page 3, line 1. It also mentions that we're going to strike other standards. Line 24 on the same page. I'm having a little trouble matching this up. You go to line 4, page 4, line 9. So the intent, and I'm going to have to go back here, the intent of this is to make sure that you can still have those other standards. Just to clarify. And I hope that maybe makes it a little more interpretive with respect to what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for clarifying. But I will also clarify, again, I wouldn't get on a bill without parameters. The following factors, at a minimum, must be considered when determining medical necessity or the appropriate level of care for an individual diagnosed with an eating disorder. The individual's eating behaviors, the individual's need for supervised meals and support interventions, lab results, including but not limited to the individual's heart rate, renal or cardiovascular activity and blood pressure, the recovery environment, and co-occurring disorders the individuals may have. People that I've spoken to in this specialty, in this realm, feel like these factors are a better indicator than anything else. Just because we have antiquated data does not mean that it makes it the right way. The only reason I jumped on this bill is because I think this is the way to go, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014 to SB 23-176. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L014 fails. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't talk about the importance of standards in so many things that we do, but now I'm going to talk about another objection I have in the bill, which is age. So I move L015 to Senate Bill 176 and ask that it properly be displayed. Raises it. Pay attention, raises it. You'll find out in a minute.
Thank you. L015 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, what this amendment does, it declares that this problem, this health issue, diagnosed eating disorders, often known as anorexia nervosa, bulimia, binge eating disorder, food intake disorder, and many other names. When in the bill they ask for these diet pills to not be allowed in the bill for people up to the age of 18. Well, most of us know that this affliction, and statistically, it is said that this affliction affects white females more than any other demographic in the country. That's a known. It also doesn't stop at age 18. It doesn't stop at 18. Just because you magically turn 18, this problem doesn't go away. In fact, when I went to college as a freshman and sophomore at CSU, I saw a high incidence of this problem. I had a lot of friends in college. And I had a lot of friends that were girls. And the friends that were girls that I had, some of them had this very problem. And you know me, I'm the one that sponsored Cheeseburger Monday and Cheeseburger Wednesday. I would take them, say, hey, can we go out and eat a cheeseburger? I want to help. Just let's go eat something. Because I knew that these individuals had an eating disorder and they needed to eat. I tried to help them. They were not 18 and under. Let's be honest. They were 19 and 20 years old. So, I also raised a fistful of daughters. You don't think I haven't seen this? And their friends? And the instance of this in rural Colorado? So, I offer this amendment because I know that bulimia, anorexia, eating disorders don't stop when you turn 18. And yes, they can still, according to this bill, still buy diet pills. And maybe they can't get them when they're at mom and dad's house, but then they go off to college. And for those of us that have ever had a kid go off to college, mom and dad aren't around anymore. And some of them do things they shouldn't do, which would include, in this case, purchasing diet pills to either reestablish their disorder or accelerate the mental situation that is leading to this disorder by taking these diet pills. So this is a real simple amendment, Madam Chair. This says instead of 18, we need to raise that age to 21. And ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we just passed we've passed so many amendments that have these restrictions for all kinds of things, including THC and other things that are bad for young people, that the threshold is 21. So why wouldn't we want to help everybody in every demographic, including those young women that are in that age, 18, 19, and 20, that might be the range that gets them through this and take them to a place where they no longer have this disorder. So I ask for an aye vote. In this case, I've seen this in my life, in several chapters of my life. And that's why I'm so passionate, and I stand here asking for the bill sponsors to consider how important this could be, because what if it just saves one life? I'll be a yes.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Speaker Pro Tem DeGree Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my representative from Akron for bringing forth this important conversation into what we're trying to do. I think this is a valid topic of whether 18 or 21 is the appropriate cutoff for the bill. Unfortunately, we did not have time to grapple with this in advance because we did not know this amendment is coming, and it creates a settled question issue with a previous amendment that was offered. So it is with no pleasure that I ask the chair for a settled question ruling on this amendment.
Okay. The House will stand in a brief recess. Try again. The House will come back to order.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The ruling on the settled question is that, hold on, we will stand in another brief recess. The House will come back to order again.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Representative Holtorf was right. I intend to never utter that phrase again. And this was not, in fact, a settled question in this case. We briefly checked in with the proponents for this bill. There is general comfort with the idea of 21. I do think we may need to do a little bit more vetting of this issue in the vast number of weeks and months remaining in this legislative session, so that there may be issues that we still may have to tackle in a conference committee, but for the time being, we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L015 passes. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-176? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 176 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. SB 23-176 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-251?
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Robertson Rich, also Representatives Doherty and Puglisi, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General represent the Department of Revenue in all driver's license and state identification card appeals, and in connection therewith make an appropriation.
Representative Doherty.
I move Senate Bill 251.
Please proceed. Representative Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good governance bill. Right now, when individuals have a driver's license that's suspended or revoked, it's on the district attorneys to be part of the civil proceedings. But in every other case, the Attorney General, so the DAs are representing the Department of Revenue. In every other case, the Department of Revenue is currently represented by the district attorney's office. Is currently represented by the Attorney General's office. And so we are just putting that responsibility where it belongs, which is under the Attorney General's office. There's a minimum appropriation, and it was appropriated, and we would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-251? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-251. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. SB 23-251 is adopted. And that brings us back to SB 23-251. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-251? Or, I'm sorry, let's try that again. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of 286?
Senate Bill 286 by Senator Hansen, also Representatives Snyder and Soper, concerning improving public access to government records.
Thank you. Representative Soper.
Merci, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you. Can you move the bill again, just to be sure?
Yes, I move Senate Bill 286 and the State, Veteran, and Military Affairs Committee report, and there was no appropriations.
Okay, and I do not believe we've yet passed the state. Hold on. Okay, to the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the committee, we changed it to or sortable. The Senate had inadvertently struck it out, and we asked for a yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report to SB 23-286? I'm seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of that report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Merci, Madam Chair. So members, this is concerning updating the Colorado Open Records Act. One thing that has been important is that as you're paying for a core request, that you be able to, if the government entity can accept payment through electronic means, that you can pay for your core request through that electronic means. We have also made other updates that if any sort of record transmissions be sent also in a digital format if it's already in a digital format. This bill is pretty much the shell of a shell of a shell of what it started out as. I'll let Representative Snyder talk about the rest of what the bill does.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as my colleague said, it started out as a big bill. We're going to try and look at the entire space. While he says it's a shell of a shell of a shell, there's still important stuff in here. So, the bill really modernizes Cora, the Colorado Open Records Act. You know, it allows the public to pay for the records already and allows for those that already allow electronic payments, allows them to pay electronically. It really is public and requester friendly without being burdensome on the organization that's being Cora'd. But what it really also did this process, very heavily stakeholdered. The first stakeholder meeting was heavily attended, but it identified a lot of the issues that are ripe for working on. Very tough issues because you're running up against the First Amendment and others, but this is really a cleanup, a business efficiency. It works for both the Cora requester as well as the organization having the Cora request on them, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the bill's sponsors. I had some questions which they answered for me and made it a lot clearer. I think they've done a great job with this bill and appreciate an aye vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-286? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-286. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. SB 23-286 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs to leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 25, 64, 108, 145, 164 is amended, 176 is amended, 212, 251, 252, 267 is amended, 271 is amended, 282 is amended, 286 is amended, 298, 304 is amended, 306 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 61 laid over until May 7, 2023.
Representative Kipp. Members, you've heard the motion. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Bradley amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Holtorf Amendment, L15, to Senate Bill 176, to show that said amendment lost and that Senate Bill 176 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Bradley Amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. We can all agree to disagree. I love that. That's what democracy is. Makes me happy to have these spirited debates with my representative from Akron. But I will tell you, just to put it on the record, when I come to the well, I make arguments that adults are the age of 18. I have debated gun bills on that. I stick by that. So for me, to limit diet pills to 18 and under is where I stand. And I ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also ask for an aye vote on this amendment. In a moment of haste, I agreed to an amendment without consulting with my co-prime sponsor on the bill. That was a mistake I made, and I'm sorry. But I do think that while there is certainly something to discuss here, we should not be making hasty decisions about these amendments, certainly without discussing with our co-prime sponsors. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment. There are some very specific reasons why. First of all, the stakeholder organization Mental Health Colorado, who is championing this particular bill, has agreed that this amendment is good, and for mental health reasons that they work on tirelessly every year, every session, every day of session. And I have very close relationships with many of the Mental Health Colorado personnel in that organization, sitting on the Public Health Committee for going on 4 years now. And truly, this is a mental health issue. Now, with respect to the abuse, misuse of diet pills, with respect to the discussion of age, this particular amendment that I ran, and I'm very happy that it passed, is concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder. Specifically, nothing else. This is specifically about that. And these diet pills are very powerful. Earlier today, my colleagues, we talked about hemp products, the cannabinoids. That threshold was set at 21. We can argue up and down on all different topics and different issues. But this one specifically, from lived experience in multiple generations of my life, and that's what frustrates me. I've seen this problem twice, up close and personal, as a young adult and then as a parent. And I know that between that 15 to 20, acutely 17, 18, 19, and when kids go off to college, that this amendment that I asked for, that Mental Health Colorado supported, there was some magic I felt here in the well that was good and was going to help save lives and protect those young, in most cases women, all women of any ethnicity, so they can outgrow the issue of these eating disorders. Because you truly, over time, eventually, if you can survive the disorder, you'll outgrow it and you'll overcome it. and you'll be comfortable with who you are and what you are and not worry about that anymore. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representatives Bachenfeld, Catlin, Garcia. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excuse, the Bradley Amendment is adopted. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Bradfield. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we have business. Delivery of bills to the governor, Mr. Schiebel.
The Chief Clerk of the House of
Delivery of
Representatives.
bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message from the
appoints-
Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message
without-
from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Weissman, also Senator Hansen and Henriksen. 1311. House Bill 1311 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Weissman, also Senators Hansen and Henriksen, concerning the creation of an identical refund payment of excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 2022-23 state fiscal year only.
House Bill 1311 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 158 by Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, also Representatives, just Representative Weissman, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 158 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Oh, introduction of a resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1024 by Representative Duran, also Senator Moreno, concerning the appointment of a joint committee to notify the governor that the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly is about to adjourn sine die.
House Joint Resolution 1024 will be laid over one day under House rules. Announcements. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conference committee for 11:05 will be held at 2 o'clock or sometime after that in room 112.
Thank you. Representative McCormick. Oh, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Appropriations will meet immediately upon adjournment to hear in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bill 280, Senate Bill 296, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 1311, and Senate Bill 303.
Representative McCormick. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first conference committee for Senate Bill 16 will meet immediately upon adjournment of the appropriations meeting this afternoon in room 357 upstairs.
Representative McCormick, I might ask you to pause for just a moment. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you, members. Mr. Schiebel, introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Gardner, also Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Weissman, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 158 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. And members, we are adjusting announcements. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, House Appropriations will meet in the Old State Library 15 minutes upon adjournment to hear all the bills I listed and any others that may have been referred from their committee of reference.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 16 in room 357 is going to meet right now upon adjournment, before appropriations.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we're going to recess for committees to meet, so I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.